Evening. How are we all doing? Ah, whiskey sounds good, AJ. I haven't had any since Christmas, actually. I should pour myself a glass. Hey, Danger Mouse. Yep, it has been a good Friday and a productive one, as always, which is nice. It's a me. I might be like blinking off more often than usual tonight because I've got something in my eye. It's been there all day, so excuse me if I go on like massive blinking sessions. Like, I'm not having a stroke. I do have something in my eye. Okay, what are we doing? Tasks, and more comms stuff, I think. Oh, wrong screen. You may notice the bridge looks slightly different. I've been sorting out the flooring for the new side consoles. So that's all kind of starting to get cut in and smoothed and made more nicer now. And as part of that, I've started doing the segmentation as well. So all the carpets are now cut into actual panels like they are the rest of the ship. I'll put bolt holes in them as well, just to do the final bit of detailing. You'll notice we've got little wooden bits sticking out all the way around now as well, where the balustrades are going. But yeah, that's starting to come along. But while I was doing that, I also segmented the wooden bits, because before it was like all one solid piece of wood, which is just not physically possible when building a ship. So I've made it into pieces. You'll see here like bits of carpet are starting to be segmented. And yes, and I've added new and better steps that actually have lights on them now. And I couldn't decide whether or not I like the lights. I mean, it does add a bit of sci-fi flair, but is it too much? I'll let you guys give some feedback on that. I mean, it does kind of look cool, and they will respond to alert conditions. So at red alert, they will turn red and such. I also fixed the little light strips on these consoles too. They've been broken for a long time. But yeah, so yeah, they are potentially a little bit on the thick side. When we're using emissive surfaces to light the scene with lumen, it tends to get a bit dodgy with thin emissive surfaces. So they do need to be quite thick in order for that light to cast onto the other geometry. But yeah. The other thing I did is I have added a railing around the front as well, in front of the helm, just so that we have, I guess, an equal symmetrical design all the way around, so that the steps line up with the entry point. So to get to these consoles, there was a barrier here before, and you had to walk all the way around. Now you can just walk straight down to those consoles. But this needs redoing. So at the moment it's sticking through. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have little wedge-shaped footrests with like a bit of patch of carpet on them for the health and safety. And the helm console is going to be more of an up and over design. So where you're sat, you'll have a little footrest underneath there. You'll have 3 larger screens than the ones that are there, and yeah, and it's going to have to wrap around, just like an N shape kind of thing that goes around, but it'll be both curved and N-shaped at the same time. It's difficult to describe, but I've got it pictured in my head what I want it to look like. But we'll just see whether that looks good. If I were to put my camera kind of there, I guess we'll scoot forward a bit. Where are we sitting? About there normally. No, it's barely visible, and the screens will be bigger as well when you're sat at the helm, because we need a lot more information than we've got on these screens, and they're already running out of space. So like this screen will probably come up a bit more, and it'll probably go out as far as here. So a lot of that handrail, you won't be able to see it anyway when you're sat down. It kind of just completes the, the outer ring of the bridge. Just that extra layer of detail over and above what we had before. Yeah, so we're getting there. We're almost approaching to something that might look like a finished bridge, which is quite nice. Yeah, I did think about the whole seatbelts idea, but I will skip them. Do boats have seatbelts? I don't actually know. I don't recall seeing seatbelts on boats. Threshold for gaming, thank you. Yeah, so this is our original main ship. We've been doing a bit of work on it recently because we needed to add the extra consoles on the bridge for engineering and internal security and whatnot. So while I was doing the flooring for these, I figured I may as well finish the flooring for the rest of the bridge. So it's just more of a refresh than anything else. Gameplay wise, actually that's what we're doing tonight. So on that note, I shall swap over to our test map. The first thing we need gameplay wise really is all the task manager side of things. So with each department generating tasks and objects on the ship generating tasks and things externally to the ship generating tasks, and then having the ship itself have objectives separately to the crew. All of that needs kind of background management services which track and control who's got what tasks, what's been completed, what the progress looks like, and all that sort of stuff. So really we need those foundational systems implemented, relatively polished and kind of ready to go, so that we can then go department by department building up those tasks for those crew members. Now we've done probably about half of that already, which is what all these little boxes are down here. I mentioned a few streams ago that I was going to separate out bridge tasks specifically from departmental tasks and treat the bridge as its own separate department, because we've got a bug at the moment which is stopping the NPCs from exploring a star system on their own, and it would be easier to debug that if it was all running off of its own management system which is separate from the rest. Because we need each step of the program, hang on, what's the best way of describing that? So the ship has an objective, and in order to complete that objective, there are a series of tasks which need to be completed along the way. So if we're exploring a star system, then obviously each object within that star system is a separate task. So scan that one, then that one, then that one, and when you've done them all, that's it, objective complete. But in order to scan a single planet, you have to first target it, then you have to fly there, then you have to do the scanning as well. So there are multiple tasks across different bridge stations which also need to be tracked. And we need to, rather than having kind of like a semi-hard coded version like we have now, where once the sensors are done, they tell the Helm, I've done this, you need to do your bit. Actually have the task manager doing that itself instead. So the task manager is waiting for an objective to be complete, and then it's raising a task for the Helm to do the Helm bit. There's a lot of nuance there as well with how those systems interact with one another, but that's basically what we're building. So we just need to just keep building up all the different subsections of that until it's all working together, sort of in concert nicely. The floor is Z fighting or Z fighting, depending on where you come from, because I haven't extruded this wooden bit yet. So the carpets, as you can see, the carpet's kind of extruded and it's got its base on it and everything, but the wooden bit's not been done, so it's just overlapping with the metal work underneath. But that'll go away once I thicken that up. As I'm always fond of saying, Z fighting is a sign that you've lined it up properly, because it means it's exactly lined up, otherwise it wouldn't do that. Right then. So we've got our ship-wide orders manager, and I think we will develop that a little bit more, and then we'll make like a bridge version of one of these, so that that's done separately. And I was thinking about what we were doing last week with the comms. Let's just get rid of that collapsed screen. So yeah, when we were doing the comms last week, we are essentially generating a task to answer this comms call. So again, that needs to play into both the bridge task manager and the ship-wide task manager, because whilst there's a comms call pending, a ship-wide task needs to be generated to track that, to make sure that the correct task is given to the correct person, to make sure that that call is picked up. Especially if the comms person, be it an NPC or crew member, is not currently at the station. So if they get up and walk off, and all of a sudden an incoming hail comes in, then basically the phone's ringing and there's no one there to answer it. So we need to make sure that that's managed as well. There are many moving parts to this, so I imagine this is probably going to be even more complicated than the Galaxy generation, probably by some margin actually. But we'll get there, one little piece at a time. Right, let's just open that a minute and remind myself what on earth I was doing a couple of weeks ago. It only takes a couple of weeks for me to completely forget. Right, so yeah, so that was doing nothing. Right, and then we had our global event for triggering task completion. Right, yeah, and the ship-wide orders that we're using right now is very much a hard-coded kind of affair. So we have our global event for completing a task, but it's only actually looking at the exploring a system one. So that's going to need some definite fleshing out. And we need a better way of managing the subtasks as well, because it's all well and good drawing it out like this, but this isn't particularly expandable. And if you've got a set of tasks which have potentially hundreds of steps, you can't make a giant switch like that have a pin for each one. That's madness. So we're going to have to do that in a little bit more sophisticated way. I like getting into this stuff because it really gets me thinking. Okay, well, I think the engineering one was relatively fleshed out from what I recall. So I think what we'll do, we will make a copy of that and also make the bridge its own department. I suppose while we're at it as well, when it comes to ship-wide tasks, we need those visible and trackable in some way. So the big screen that you've got in the conference room, it would be nice to add a tabbed interface to its UI. So as much as you've got the YouTube player on there, it would be nice to also have like objectives, just an objectives tab where you can bring up the current ship objective and everything on that screen, which seems very apt for the conference room. But it would be nice to have something on here as well, so that you could have that come up on the holo display. Yeah, I work by a simple concept, which is like no 0 days. So as long as I do something to progress the project every single day, it will get done. You know, it's just a matter of when. The more I do per day, the quicker it's going to get done. But once we go to early access, I'm hoping we can generate enough revenue to really expand the team significantly. Right now, we just pay a contractor if we need something, but I want to move away from like contractors as and when they're needed, and move into the realms of proper full-time employees. But we're going to need a lot more revenue before we can even think about that. Yeah, I played Schedule 1 with Claire and her stepdaughter. It's actually a lot of fun. Yeah, the plan is fairly straightforward, really. We know what the scope is, and to be perfectly honest, that scope hasn't changed in 5 years. The scope is the scope. We know exactly what the game is going to be. The challenge with that is making sure that we develop the right foundations and develop the right systems in the right order, so that we're constantly building the project up, and in every new system that we need has all the support systems already done behind it, so that we're constantly stepping up with the systems that we're making. Which is why right now we need to get this task management stuff really well refined and polished before we can really start working on the per department stuff, because we can't start building up the medical gameplay unless the underlying systems are done for generating medical tasks. So yeah, it's very much just stepping stones on the way to completion. But as I've said a few times now, this year is going to be the year of gameplay. We're just going to focus on gameplay all year, until hopefully we'll have enough done by Christmas that we can go out to early access with enough gameplay in the game that we can legitimately call it a game and not just a tech demo. Thanks, Cloud. Yeah, all of our business meetings take place in the shower. No, that's still the intent, Anasi. Planetary landings are 25% done, I guess. Like the galaxy side of planetary landings is done. Like, it's already implemented, it's already in the game. If you stand on a planet's surface, when you look up at the sky, it's accurate, it's correct. Anywhere in the galaxy. So that's done, job done, tick. Spawning the planetary terrain, that's done, tick. The next job is actually making that planetary terrain properly procedural, so it's properly different for each planet, and really work on the smoothness of the terrain. Right now it's very, very jaggedy, and it's not particularly difficult and not easy to navigate, and it's so rough and bumpy that you could never drive a vehicle across it. So we want to smooth that off, make it possible to drive vehicles around, and then start populating it with, you know, more rocks and trees, and draw some rivers and make caves and all the stuff that makes planetary terrain actually interesting. So if I just keep pecking away at it over the next 12 months, then come early access, planetary landings should at least be testable in a realistic way, rather than just being, you know, just a copy paste of planetary terrain that's different colors. Yeah, I'm hoping, Danger Mouse, that we've actually got our own visual look and feel now, which is kind of unique to us. That kind of, I don't know, like kind of 80s sci-fi feel with retrofuturism and, you know, a bit of modern architecture thrown in. Yeah, I just need to make the game button that I can just keep pressing. Yeah, I mean, Star Citizen's tech is amazing. I don't know how big their ships can be, realistically. I know they've got some pretty big ships, but you know, our very first ship is 400 meters long, and you know, obviously it's got multiple decks and many thousands of objects and integrated systems. I don't know whether their engine's really designed around that, but in terms of their physics and being able to land on planets and such, it is very, very good, very impressive. Albeit not realistic scales. I think even their biggest planet is like, what is it, moon-sized? It's not huge. Whereas we're doing planets on a 1-to-1 scale, like Elite does. But yeah, it's very pretty and very impressive. I don't know, Anasi, but I also don't know to what extent it has an interior. I know it obviously has an interior, but to what extent does it have an interior? Impressive. Hey, hello, hey. Tasks tonight again. Just trying to get the order of things in my head. I'm wondering whether we need a global task manager that controls all the sub-task managers, and kind of ties everything together. Obviously, when we're doing like the Explorer system test task that we've got now, ship-wide order, we're using the deck tasks for piloting the ship, and then the science tasks for doing the comms, the scanning and everything. So we need like a central management system that can fire requests off to the relevant place depending on what that task is. That's kind of what the ship-wide one was doing, but that's more of a ship-wide objectives tracker. We need a global task manager. Let's just yeah, I'm just going to copy that and why do we have lots of copies of those? Yeah, the global task manager would be more like a switchboard, I suppose. It would be routing. So it would have, it and it alone would have the awareness of where the other task managers are. But I could potentially turn the department ones into blueprint components and have them literally sit as child blueprints within this, and it can just send things across to those accordingly. That might actually be a more sensible way of doing it, because having all of them independent, as good though that is, it does mean that we're having to do a lot of searching around, looking for all the different boxes. Yes. So the other aspect of this as well is, of course, we've got the jobs boards, and the jobs boards need feedback, and they need some kind of data communication with the task manager in order to update the tasks on the jobs board. So they would speak to the child object of this to grab the relevant tasks. So I want to make sure we get this right, because this is going to be, again, one of the biggest systems, at least on the ship. So we need to make sure it's as efficient as possible, because there's going to be a lot going on with this one. So if we make I see, I must have moved the engineering one into its own folder. Wonder why I had lots of them here. Yeah, essentially this is, I don't know, it's like Salesforce or something. But obviously it's a back-end system. But yeah, any systems that are doing stuff, back-end or not, will exist as a physical object in the world, and I will model them like a little server rack and stick it in the server room, just for the lols, really. Yeah, so if we were to make, let's just use the stewards one. Although I don't think I can. I'm going to remake these as. Why do we not have component on there? Yeah, that'll do it. So if we then add department manager test, so that adds the sub blueprint as a component on the global manager. So what we can do is grab that, and then we can run functions on there. Do we need to cast to it still? Oops. Test of empty. Alright, and then do we have access to that? Yes, we do. Great. So we don't even need to cast to it. So that just saves some bother. So we don't need to find it. We don't need to do any casting. We can just send and receive directly to that. And I'm assuming if we make a variable, which we'll call variable, can we set that from here? Yes, we can. Right, okay, so if each of the department managers are running their own timers and they're tracking their own stuff, then this global task manager is essentially the routing platform. So if a task needs to be raised, we would raise the task probably with a global event, so that we're not having to specifically sniff out where the task manager is at any given moment. So we'll send a global event, the task manager picks up the global event and then routes it to the relevant component depending on what department the task is relevant for. And then we need to make sure that we have the NPCs tagged with the same departments that are available for tasks so that they can be assigned them. So from a player perspective, because NPCs and players are going to have to be handled differently, we're going to need some form of UI elements. So the player definitely needs to be in a department, so that needs to be meaningful. In fact, that was one of my objectives for one of the very imminent patches, is to make sure that picking a role aboard the ship is meaningful, so it actually has some control over something. It's not just cosmetic. So if you are in, say, the science department, then there needs to be some kind of UI element that comes up on the HUD just to flag up the fact that a task is available and needs doing. Which I think it's fine for general tasks, say with engineering, like something needs to be fixed. That could just go on the jobs board. Someone can pick up the task and go fix the thing. Similarly for science, we could just have object A requires science doing on it, so go and get the object and do science. Any number of people or NPCs can do that. On the bridge, however, you have individual people assigned to different stations, so the bridge environment's different. So we need to handle that differently. So yeah, so if we are assigning a player with bridge duty, and I think it just has to be like a bridge duty flag within a given department, and then I guess we'll assign them with a bridge station as part of that bridge duty. So if a task is raised while you're on bridge duty, rather than it appearing on a task board for you to optionally pick that up, it needs to be assigned to you automatically, which is where we then need the HUD element, where we're then basically forcing you, right, you've got a task, you must go and do it. That's a command. Okay, just trying to get it through in my head so I make sure that that the things we're adding support that. I had another thought going on there as well. No, lost it. It's gone. It's probably important. Yes. We also potentially need a UI element on the actual console, like on the sensors console. Again, maybe to flag up that a task is pending. And also, I suppose we need, again, as part of the overall task management system, the overall ship objective system, to be more specific, we need to see what task is currently pending as part of that overall objective, probably in quite a granular way. So if a given system has, say, 10 planets that need scanning, then each one of those planets requires, let's say, 3 separate actions: target, navigate, scan. Then which phase of those 3 actions you're on needs to come up on, say, the conference room screen if you look at the tasks. So we need to make sure that we track the sub-objectives. And the dynamic element to that, just to make it even more difficult to juggle, is that we're leaving the decision-making process with the NPC in terms of which planet it scans next, because it will look at what the next closest planet is, and it will go and target that one. So it has free choice over which planet to go and scan next. So we can't script a set sequence of events for the tasks, because there is a dynamic element involved. Even more so with players, because if the task is pick the next planet, then of course the player is going to pick a random planet. So we need to be able to cater for having those objectives done in any order as well. Okay. I'm just wondering whether or not we generate, rather than just generating the objective of keep scanning everything until everything's scanned, instead we do it more intelligently, whereby when we raise the command fully explore this star system, we generate however many tasks are needed for each planet. So target, navigate, scan, we need to make sure those 3 actions happen for however many planets there are. So when you actually look at the current ship-wide objectives, the main heading for the objective is going to be scan this system, but then we need an indented sublist of each individual target that requires scanning as part of the overall objective, and then maybe another indentation again for the sub-tasks, the individual crew member actions which need to take place, so that we can track who needs to specifically be doing what at any given time. So if you're sat there, the ship's not moving, no one seems to be doing anything, you can go and look at the actual board and say, right, who's supposed to be doing what at this particular moment, and then you can track down who's not doing their job properly. Or like there might be a stuck NPC or something. So yeah, let's build that. Yes, Celtic. And also yes, Delta. So yes, there will be a wrist device, and the wrist device is going to be your primary way of interacting with the AR display. So as a reminder, all crew members have like a little AR thing up here, and that's what's projecting the HUD that you can see in front of your face. It will look like that properly at some point. The way of interacting with the AR unit, it will be via a wrist device. So as you're using the wrist device, the display in front of you will update. So for things like listing objectives, displaying the ammo count of a gun or whatever it is that's relevant at the time, you would interact with the wrist device in order to control the little computer on your head. Good question, Lehe. Yeah. I guess we need a priority system with that. So if we were to apply a priority score for each task, then given the situation, we could swap those numbers out. So if you're at red alert, then the priority list can change. So maybe we could have for each objective. So if we have some common objectives, like refueling the ship, for example, then all the subtasks involved in refueling the ship would have a certain score with them in terms of how important they are. We could also store, like if we're at red alert, use this number instead. So it would automatically rejig what order things happen in. To pick a simple one, like raising shields would have a much higher priority score than refueling the ship. So if red alert is called, all of a sudden raising the shields is bumped up the queue to the top because that would have the highest priority. So the crew would react accordingly based on that priority list. So yeah, probably something like that, I would have thought. Yes, the character will physically press stuff. So what we can do is we can capture a location in the world, and then the hand IK can go out and press the wrist button, or same on the consoles, they can reach out and press the buttons. We had something similar on the Orville where the character would like jab at the screen. I want to do it more slowly and more smoothly than that. But yeah, we have done it before. We just need to kind of refine it a little bit. Pack, yeah, definitely. That sounds sensible. Right, okay, so let's boil this down to its basics then. So we've already got a bunch of the components we need for this, because we've already started defining different structs and different enums for different types of task, and various bits of organization surrounding this. So yeah, let's have a look at what we've got a minute. I think I probably stored them here. Yeah, so these were our ship-wide orders, which will keep isolated to that folder. At some point, Anasi, I'm sure, the beauty of these systems is that once they're made and they're working, we can start implementing additional features and additional controls that we can give the player to start mixing things up. I definitely want it to be a very organic process, and we want to give players the control over how the ship is ran. We don't want every ship to feel the same. We want the ship to feel personal to that captain, so whoever is in command of that vessel needs to be able to tweak it in terms of how they prefer things to be done. So yes, at some point, definitely, these things need to be tweakable. Yeah, so while we've got all these subtasks here, and this is kind of like the granular, actual someone pressing buttons side of things, and I'm wondering whether or not we instead build up a library of actions, like an action library. So with Unreal's advanced input system, what you have is you have individual input actions, and those are like an event which you can trigger on, and then you have these mapping contexts, so that like if you're sat at the helm, then the individual key presses will control those input actions, and the input actions are what you would chain events off of. So there would be a trigger in a blueprint or an actor. When you press say one of the yaw keys, then that input action is triggered in all the places that you want it to be triggered. And I'm thinking this is probably a good analogy for the task system. So if target a planet, that is an action. Navigate to a point in space, that is also an action. So I guess if we built up a library of said actions, then those are things that we can trigger. So we can reuse those over and over and over in any order that we need to, or in any way that we need to, in order to complete various objectives. So rather than scripting it step by step every single time, we can start building up this library of actions, and then just pull those actions in as nodes as needed. It sounds like a better and more expandable way of doing things, because there's a lot more reuse involved with doing that. So the question then becomes, where do we build such a library, and how do we build such a library? So rather than making just countless enums like this, we can do it more intelligently. Now just thinking about whether or not those actions need to be department specific, or whether there's any shared responsibility there. Like navigate the ship, that's only relevant to Helm. Scan something, that's only relevant to the sensors. So I'm thinking these components are probably the correct place to put that. So we could potentially set them up as macros. So each task would be a separate macro, and then we can just pull those in. Because the beauty of having them as macros and or functions, let's just do a test one. So navigate to sublight target. So if we had something like that, then we can pull that in, and then within that we would have the actual action that needs to take place. Potentially. Yeah, because then on here, where we've got our department manager, we can then just call. Let's refresh that a minute. Compile that. Compile that. You probably can't call a macro, can you? So it's going to have to be a function. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Navigate to target. Right. Compile that. Compile that. Navigate to target. So we can feed that with additional information. So if we had things like, if we required like a target location, we could give it a vector, so that when it comes to this, we've now got that vector there. So from our global task manager, we can fire off these individual tasks from our library of actions. Just need to step through however many we're going to need, in which case I'll think about whether or not we need to store them as a struct or not. But yeah, so reusability is definitely the focus here. Again, because the system's going to be so big, we want as much modularity as possible. Otherwise, it's going to turn into an absolute scripted mess, which we don't want. Okay. So right now we've got, I think, 3 test tasks that we've successfully proven. So we've got the NPCs. In fact, let's jump across to that map, which is probably broken now, but let's jump across anyway. That one. Was it that one? I don't think it was that one, actually. No, it wasn't that one. That one. Yeah, so ignoring the cubes because I've replaced how those work. If these still work, So we have a screen, which is currently not there. And these cables, when they break, raise a task, and these NPCs go and fix those cables. Like there's one there that's broken, and they're all now trying to get across to fix them, which they can't do because I've broken it, but that's fine. But they're all trying. They're like, something's broken, I need to go fix it. Don't know where the screen went, that's weird, but yeah. And then similarly, you've got this guy over here, so put a pumpkin on the shelf, and he will go and move said pumpkin to the other shelf. And these are all being driven by tasks. Where right now, they're all separate, isolated systems. So what we need to do is to take these engineering tasks and the moving the pumpkins around, which is a deck crew task, bring them under one umbrella, and then start thinking about the individual actions, like a crew action. I suppose we could call them crew actions, because that's ultimately what they are. In fact, yes, I like that. Yeah, so if we think about it in terms of repeatable, reusable crew actions, then for every task that we have, it's going to have one or more crew actions which need to be called when needed. Right. This is going to be a bit of a different stream, this one, because a lot of this stream is going to be me going, kind of wondering what to do on something, but this is kind of like, this is how my thought processes tend to go when I'm designing new systems. It's helpful to just talk it through, even though I'm just literally talking into a mic. It's yeah, talking it through kind of helps you get things in order and make sense of things. Yes, Delta, and funnily enough, that would be part of this system. So where you've got actions like navigate to a location, things like enter standard orbit or put the ship in standard orbit, that very much fits into that same ballpark of this is a crew action which needs to happen. It would be a deck crew action because it involves piloting the ship. So yeah. Yes, basically. Right, let's look at our task event. That was the task board. Is it on here? Ah, yeah, on here. So, right. Now, ultimately, we should be using the gameplay messaging subsystem for this. I won't do at this point because it confuses me and I need to remind myself how all that works, but this is basically the same thing. So we have a global event with a payload. This one doesn't have a payload, it's just a messaging event. The only payload it can have is just an array of strings, but we can do anything as a payload. So This is a scratchy beard moment. So if we're sending a global event, and then again we want this to be generic because we want all of the different task managers to use the same generic tools, and then they just add their own particular spin to it at the last moment. But the back end needs to be as generic as possible for reusability and expandability. So the global event payload, if it's being triggered across the board by everything, needs to cater for all eventualities. So we definitely need an enum for department, so we know first and foremost which department is this event for. That's our initial gateway, so that helps us filter to which actor component that will be firing. There's two. Once we know that, then we need to think about what payload is relevant for that, which means we probably need multiple structs, probably one payload per department, so one struct per department, because different departments are going to want different types of information. So we'll probably have an enum for departments, and then one struct for each department with the various payloads that we want. Or if we don't want to make it that brute forcey, then we could perhaps just have a global event for each department and manage those separately, in which case we don't need the enum to distinguish what departments it comes from, because we'll just have a payload with all the stuff in it that we need. Yeah, I mean we can nest the structs if we need to, but just trying to think about like what is the global task manager actually doing? Is it just a routing engine, or is it doing stuff as well? If it's just a routing engine, then literally it's just operating like a switchboard. Doesn't need to do anything. It's just going, bleh, here's your tasks. I could also have it maybe running the update for each one, although I guess its two main jobs are new tasks coming in that need to be done, which need to be filtered out. Then also we've got task completion coming in, which again needs to be filtered through to the individual department managers to let them know that an individual task has been completed and to move on to the next step. At some point, we will look at console, but not until once early access is done and polished, and we're happy that our vertical slice is a polished vertical slice. Then yes, at that point we'll start looking at console releases, but not until then. We want to get the base game finished first before we think about consoles. I need a whiteboard. I kind of like, if I had a whiteboard, I'd be drawing all over it right now. Right, so our global task manager basically has task in, task out. Yeah, so this was, that was handling. There's engineering tasks there. That was our task completion. and that's the kind of thing that we would have running on the departmental ones. And again, that's going to be on the departmental side of things. Okay, so ultimately we're going to need 2 global tasks. So bind global event by class. Okay, and then we need 2 of those, because these will be the main handlers for both erasing and completing tasks. We haven't made the classes yet, so we'll do that in a minute. So upon begin play, we don't need to look for anything, because we'll already have the per department managers as actor components on here. So they're standalone, but also grouped together on this, so that we can access those. So basically we would have a switch on that. But again, do we do it per department? I suppose the ship-wide objectives tracker would also be a child of this as well. Yeah, a virtual whiteboard, that would be useful too. Yeah, that's an interesting point actually, time-based tasks. So something obviously needs to be tracking that. I think I'd probably hand that off to the department manager. And again, largely treat this as our routing engine. I'm just trying to work out, am I trying to create a job for this thing to do? Or like, does it exist because it's needed? Or does it exist because I'm trying to give it a reason to exist? To use the SpaceX approach, like the best system is no system. So if we don't need the system, then we shouldn't be making that particular system. Yeah, exactly, Dave Soft. It's if we're only using it for routing, then one could argue that that's not needed, because we can just route tasks via the global events. They don't need to be routed. You can just put this on the sub ones instead and end up with the same result. So this is more about what the ship itself is doing and what those global tasks need to be for the vessel. Time-based as in a certain task needs to be completed in a certain time frame. So that means there needs to be some kind of a countdown. So something needs to be doing that countdown and then invalidating that task if the countdown expires. So that sounds like a job for the per department manager. Yeah, okay. So on our ship orders, so right now, those are of the possible ship orders that we have. And what I'm trying to do is kind of work out where the comms fits into this, and things like sending a shuttle down to a planetary surface with crew on it, how that rolls into this system, because it all needs to be managed under one hood, hopefully, just to keep it modular. So like sending a shuttle down to a surface, the captain would have to raise up a landing team UI somewhere, pick the landing team, and then initiate the order for fly a shuttle down to the surface to complete whatever task is relevant for that particular location, with those crew members. So those individual crew members would then get that assignment specifically assigned to them rather than coming up on a jobs board. And obviously they would have to congregate the shuttle, and then the shuttle can't leave until they're all on board. And again, all those individual steps need to be managed so that we make sure that the right people are in the right place. And then there needs to be some way of visually seeing, either on the bridge or in the conference room, that there is currently a shuttle off of the ship, that there is an off-ship mission going on, and what the duration and completion percentage of that mission is. Similar thing for sending down probes, just probes will be a lot simpler than this. So the question I'm asking myself is, do we make that part of the ship-wide stuff, or are we doing that somewhere else? Okay, so let's fix a problem while we're here. So right now, what's happening is you tell the NPCs to explore a system. They'll scan the first planet, and then they'll get stuck. They'll keep scanning the same planet over and over, which would suggest that they're not picking up the fact that it has been scanned already, is my guess. So if we go through the step-by-step of that, then we'll see, 1, where it's failing, and then 2, how we can streamline this a bit more. Yeah, if we do have an overall task manager, a manager, then yes, that can be used as a reporting tool. So it can generate reports based on all of its sub managers, which would be a useful action. And having them as just add-on components, as child components, makes that gathering process easier because all the information is already there. Right, so from the holo display, we initiate our ship-wide order. We set that as our current orders, and right now we're only processing 1. We play some audio, wait for the audio to complete, and then why didn't that? Oh yeah, and then it basically opens up this function. So we are grabbing the details of the target system. We are then making sure we have a reference to that. We're building up a list of target bodies. Okay. We check to see whether we're in that system. And if we're not, then the task needs to be generated to go there. So this will be this will run every time a subtask is complete. We recheck the list of requirements for this overall objective. So that's working. So give it a random ID. Tell the census person to perform the scan, which they do. Right, so the failure is going to be in here somewhere. Yeah, so we're getting our live list of explored locations. So this is all of our exploration data. Then we check to see whether or not we are there. So we're checking the ship to see whether we're there. And if we are, then we flag the fact that we actually do have some data for that. Okay, then we go through the list and we build up an array of exploration level per planet, and then we basically see, are there any left? If not, actually, where's the check on that? No idea. I don't think it's a distance thing, CSI, because it is actually performing the scan. So it's performing a short-range scan over and over and over. So it's targeting the current planet, sending that to the Helm. The Helm is trying to go there and failing because you're already there. So that immediately passes back to the census guy, who performs another short-range scan on the same planet and then tries to go there again. So I think the issue's here somewhere. So either that is returning false, in which case we are forcing it to select next target, which it must be that must be returning false. So now it performs its selection based on there being things still needing to be scanned. Yeah, I'm in southwest England as well. We're in Somerset. And yeah, I can hear the rain outside. It's coming down quite hard. But so far, so good. So what we're doing with this. So this is the thing that we would convert to an event rather than just sending a blueprint interface to our identified task manager, which we would have picked up on begin play usually. Are we doing that? No, we're doing it somewhere. Somewhere we're identifying what that is. And of course we're then sending that event across. So that would be either we just raise a task for the global manager and let it sort it out, or we bypass that and raise it with this, but without doing that we make it more generic than that. So it's definitely doing this fine. Yeah, so it must be check scan progression, which is failing. I might have to stick some breakpoints in here and have a look at what's breaking and why. Okay, so what we're doing here is we are setting this variable to true so that we assume the system's fully explored, and we set that to false if any of the planets in the system are below exploration level 3. So that means they haven't been fully scanned. So if that is false, which it would be if that matches, then we're going to select next target. So the question is it firing from here or is it firing from here? If it's firing from there, that means that we are failing to identify where the ship is. So let's find out which of the two problems are happening. Okay, so matching save data found. No matching save data. I suppose this needs to be green because it's a happy message. And we need to be on our test bridge. Right, so So on our long range scan, we've got stuff there. Right, so if we just do explore this system.
Perform a short range scan of all targets in this system.
Oh, sorry, that was probably really loud.
Navigating the ship to the target system.
Right, so this bit's working. I imagine, Delta, that the interaction probe hasn't been set up on the chairs, but that's almost certainly what it is. I didn't envision needing to do it from a chair. Which just goes to show you should consider all eventualities. People will do weird stuff. Right, so I'm gonna cheat. Actually know where that stopped. Yeah. Not in the right place, so let's just get the ship closer to where it should be. Yeah, too far outside the system.
Performing initial system survey.
Sorry, that's probably really loud.
Next, target selected and sent to Helm.
Target received. Navigating the ship.
So right now, it reckons there's no matching save data. So we'll see whether that remains the case.
Performing short-range scan. Next, target selected and sent to Helm.
Target received.
Performing short-range scan.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening.
Next, target selected.
So that's just going to loop forever because, as far as the NPC is concerned, there is no matching scan data, so they don't know that the location has been scanned. Now the question is why? Which means this is never reporting true, which means those galactic coordinates are not being retrieved from there, or that's returning 0. Right, let's grab game state and have a look. I think I might have changed something with the save data. because we were fixing some bugs with the game not continuing. So when loading a fresh game, sometimes it wasn't properly loading the data, and it wasn't saving a lot of this stuff to the right place either. Right, yeah, so that'll be it. So we used to have this generic struct with save data in it, but we're no longer doing that, because a lot of the stuff that was in this struct we're now storing separately on separate arrays. So like with ship state, we now have more than one ship, so there's no point having a single source of save data which only supports a single vessel. We now have the ship, the shuttle, and also planetary surfaces, which are also treated as ships. And yeah, things like the mission timer and the sensor stuff. So oh yeah, that needed fixing as well. So there's another bug where when you load into a game, the holo display is always on galactic position, and this is why, because we haven't actually stored the current state on that. Right, so we want to be grabbing that, not that. Where are we? That one. Yeah, so we want to grab our exploration data. Exploration, which I can't spell. So that is the old way of doing it, which we don't need. Fairly confident now that that will work. So confident that I'm going to delete the debug. Hey, Nectar. So I'm just thinking ahead. The other thing I'm going to need actually is when you speak to them, we're going to need another command on here, which will be searching for a viable system to explore, which means keep doing long range scans until you find one with matching criteria. So we'll have to roll that into this as well. Right, let's do
Performance targets in this system.
Aye, sir. Navigating the ship to the target system.
Apologies for the shouty NPCs. Right, I'm going to cheat our way over again, which probably means we will end up in the wrong
Performing
place.
initial system
Oh
survey.
no, we're close enough, we're good. Yes, Anasi, exactly that. So if you're looking for, say, an Earth-like world, then it will keep scanning systems until it finds a
Next
terrestrial
target
world.
selected and sent to Helm.
Until it finds a terrestrial world in the habitable zone, and that becomes a viable candidate for exploration. Right, let's see whether or not we scan and move on. No, they're all me. I record the voice lines and then use a voice changer. which is why they all speak with a Somerset accent.
Performing short-range scan. Next, target selected and sent to Helm.
Target received. Navigating the ship.
Hurrah! Problem fixed. Just another example of when you fix one thing, you break something else. There you go, Claire, you can close that bug now. No reason why not, Delta. Yeah, it's a case of thinking about what we want them to be able to do.
Performing short-range scan.
What's that?
Next, target selected and sent to Helm.
Target received. Navigating the ship.
That was weird. I shall put this out in a build first as soon as I can. Great. Okay, so that works. Huzzah. Right. So that's to the point of looking at all of this. So this whole thing is obviously quite involved, because there's a lot of stuff going on here in order to allow those NPCs to explore a star system. So we want to remove some complexity from this, and rather than having these branching tasks like this, we want to modularize it and make it a lot more node based. The question is, can we? Is it even practical to make it simpler than this? I mean, using an enum for our gateway as to what subtasks we're accessing makes sense. I mean, that's a fairly robust way of doing it. My only concern with this is that there is a finite limit to how many you can have, because it's going to be all the way down there otherwise. So let's just have a look at the sequence of events and see whether or not we can improve on it. Yes and no, Delta. So the way this works on the back end is on game state, which is kind of like the central game manager, we have this array, and this contains every single star system that you have explored. In fact, I will show you. So if you imagine this as a list of star systems, and then for each one we have the coordinates of the system, how many bodies there are within that system, and then for each of those bodies we have another struct, which if we break that one as well, we are storing an ID for that body, and that's basically its seed, and a knowledge level. So we are matching against coordinates, and then we're matching against the seed and the knowledge level, which again we're just storing as an integer. So it's not a lot of data, but as you might imagine, if you've explored 10,000 star systems, then this array is going to have 10,000 entries in it. And the more you explore the galaxy, the chunkier this array is going to get, which is just the nature of the beast. You know, you've got to store that data somewhere. So iterating through this is going to get slower and slower the bigger it gets. Now, when it comes to flagging star systems on the holo display, we would need to loop through every single star. Sometimes there's upwards of 8,000 of them. And then for each one, we need to check this array. So let's say, conservatively, let's say you've got 1,000 stars on the holo display at any given moment. And then if you want to highlight which ones you've explored or put a percentage on them, then for each one of those 1,000, you need to loop through, let's say, 1,000 bits of data to see if any of them match these coordinates. If this is 10,000 rows long, then you're doing 10,000 rows 1,000 times. And as you can probably imagine, the CPU load and the hitching from that would get extreme. So we would have to have it so we limit the number of systems that you can do this data search for, and that's exactly what we do for things like drawing the UI for scan this system and such. So if we limit it to say 20 light years, which is where the labels appear, then we can then have a much smaller number of star systems, and then we're looping this array just on, say, 12 star systems rather than 1,000, just to keep it manageable. So we'll just have the data display so that it's limited in range, like we do with the text and like we do with some other stuff. Which is a very long-winded way of saying, yes, we can do it within reason. Yeah, I mean, yes, we have the sector data, and each sector has a vector associated with it. So there's our unique identifier. So we could have a struct which has the sector vector, and an array of all the star systems that have been scanned within that sector. So we'd have the same amount of so yeah, if you explore 10,000 systems, then you're going to have, let's say, 100 sectors worth of data. So you'd have 100 entries in the initial array, and then the nested array would be however many star systems per sector. So 100 structs, and then however many per one of those. So doing the initial search, you're only actually then searching against the initial sectors, and then you're pulling off the array of star systems within that sector, and then doing your search on there. So yeah, so we could limit it like that. Obviously, the initial array would be way smaller. Although some of them will be 1-to-1, I expect. I mean, if you fly into a sector, scan a star system, and then fly into the next one, then it's literally one sector, one star system. So yeah, one parent, one child array. But yeah, that would work. It's all just about just data management, really. In fact, a lot of the stuff with the Galaxy side of things falls down to data management, because there is a lot of data. 3 by 3 by 3 sectors is often in the realms of 30 to 40,000 star systems. So every time you travel 100 light years, we're literally generating tens of thousands of stars all at once, all in one go. And then obviously we're whittling that down for just the ones that are within 150 light years in a sphere around the ship. So yes, there's a lot of data management, and the optimization and refinement is all about that data management and limiting the amount of stuff that we have to loop through or transfer or replicate at any given time, which is why a lot of that happens locally now, because it's gotten too big to replicate. Like the sensors data, we have like a sensor state file, and that state file, which is basically just a giant struct, contains all the pages of sensor data and what's on each page as a snapshot. And we were replicating that over the network. So in multiplayer, every time someone presses a button, we just replicate the snapshot for the sensors, and then they can see obviously the UI update. Works in multiplayer, happens on rep notify, joining clients see the sensors as they should be, everything's good. But when you start adding the star system data to that, which oftentimes is like 3,000-4,000 stars, all of a sudden your data packet that you're trying to replicate is massive, because you've got like 1,000 stars worth of data as part of the sensors data. So now that we've stripped all that out, the sensors state file is everything except the data. It's just what the actual buttons are, what state that the sensors itself is in. So yeah, we're constantly going through these iterative improvements where we're having to manage our data flow. As you can imagine, the galaxy is a huge place and it generates a lot of data. Yes, we can access this data anytime, anywhere, and that's why it's done this way. Having this exploration data available on game state as just a single library of everything you've explored means that is available to any game system. So all we need to do, look up game state, grab a copy of that variable, and now whatever system needs it, be it a tablet or another console somewhere else, that system knows what you've explored and what you haven't. Obviously, this is useless on its own. You also need the galaxy data to go with it. But again, that is generated once, stored once, and then shared as many times as it's needed. So we're only, again, as part of the data management, we're only doing things once, wherever possible. Like on the Galaxy Gen, I've lost, there it is. Yeah, so what we do is we broadcast out this sorted sector locations, and that is a high-level overview of the galactic sector. It contains all the stars within 150 light years, and like the tiniest amount of data that we can get away with for each star system, which is basically what class of star it is, what temperature it is, and where it is. That's pretty much it, along with just a couple of other little bits. And that's all the information we need to then generate the star system on demand as needed, which we only do, if you click that star system on the sensors, it actually generates that data in real time from the very high level overview that's here. So it fires it off to the star system gen, generates that star system literally when you click it instantly, and then lists it on the sensors as data. And then the amount of information it gives you is dependent on whether you've explored that system and to what extent. So the systems all kind of complement one another. But yeah, so when it comes to things like tablets, yes, tablets can access all this data and display anything you want if the data's there for it, which will be a future thing, I'm sure. Right, okay, we kind of drifted off to tangent land, so let's go back to what we were doing. Yes, so what we're trying to do, or what I'm trying to do, is get my head around the most efficient way of handling this data, of handling these tasks, and getting these tasks handed out, monitored, and completed in the most efficient way possible. So let's just go through again, step by step, to see whether or not we can make this more modular. So we click the button on the UI, and that fires this event. So from a UI perspective, we are seeking out this actor because it's this is a blueprint interface, so we need a reference to the actor in order to do this. If we were to make that a global event, then we would not need to know about the actor. It would just be a global event. This actor would be listening to those events. So we can optimize that, and that removes a bit of background work. So setting the orders at this point is logical, because we're just pushing that through from the command side of things. And obviously what happens will depend on that enum. Yeah, so the question is managing this via this enum the correct way of doing it? I guess other than giving each command order like an integer ID, I think using an enum is probably the most humanly readable way of doing it. Okay, and then we fire off that, but then what's right? Okay, yeah, and then as each step completes, we are refiring that same function iteratively as we step through it. So this again could be a global event. Just with our task ID. Now that has to be globally unique. So, okay, so there's a job for our global task manager, is tracking the uniqueness of task IDs. Because if each one of these individual task managers is generating tasks with a random integer for an ID, then what we don't want is a separate system generating the same number for its task ID. So it should check that before assigning it. So it will generate a random number, and then it can ask the global manager, is this a current active task? If yes, try another number. If no, right, this can be assigned. So that's a good job for it. And it will prevent headache further down the line. Yeah, and then we're checking to see which order we're specifically updating. I'm wondering whether we should do that first, to be honest. Yeah, because we've only got one order at the moment. We're just storing that as a single variable, and of course, if we had a different order going on, then we'd use a different variable. Because that is a question. Can we have multiple ship-wide orders going on at the same time? Probably, I think, is the answer to that. I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but I expect there will be multiple ship-wide orders. I'm just thinking things like red alert. Like you would expect before, like if you call red alert, then you would expect certain stations across the ship to report readiness. They have reached the state that they need to reach to be considered in compliance with red alert. So you need like compliance reports from all the different stations across the ship. So that is a ship-wide order that is time-based, because obviously you've initiated the order and you're now waiting for the order to be complete, and the order won't be complete until everyone's checked in to say that they've done what they needed to do. In the meantime, you could be doing a different ship-wide order for some other thing, like you could initiate refueling randomly. And those things need to be cross-compatible, and they need to be able to run in parallel. So we can't have a single pending task variable. It would have to be either one per potential order, which will get messy, or we just have it as an array, and then we just see whether or not that is in the array somewhere, in which case we can drill down from there. So I think on that note, that would be better off done in a slightly different order. So before we start checking anything, the very first thing we need to do is just kind of route this to the right handler. Yeah, and then we would see if we make that an array. In fact, that's not going to do it yet, actually, because that will mess up other stuff. But we'll loop we'll basically say, does that array contain that ID? In which case, continue. And we'll just have to make sure that all the tasks drop into the same array. Although on that note, yeah, and then at that point we need to know relevancy of task. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you see, like in sci-fi, they'll call red alert, and then that's it. There isn't any further action from there. Obviously, the alert conditions aboard a vessel have relevancy. They're supposed to trigger actions from the crew. Yeah, and of course, having again a priority-based approach means again, yes. So yeah, if general quarters has been sounded and someone's on fire, then obviously they'll deal with that first, because being on fire should overall need to be at your workstation. So the NPC will go, hang on a minute, I'm on fire. Let's deal with that first. So yeah, that priority system has to be in there. Right. Actually, I'm wondering whether... see, like we're so in terms of this efficiency and doing things in the right way, we are doing our step-by-step approach here, which doesn't feel like the right place to be doing it. It's kind of like a state tree, I suppose. Some kind of a state tree would probably be more appropriate for this, but it is what it is. Right, so what were we doing here? So blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, that's doing the data gathering. So that's going to be a back-end thing. That's not a crew-facing thing. That's also a back-end thing. And then that's the first command. So we are specifically sending that to the deck manager. Yeah, sounds sensible. I'm sure there'll be plenty of captains like that. Yeah, so here's another example of things perhaps happening in the wrong place. So under our managed tasks, so this will be a looping event, if I recall. Yeah, so once per second, it's going to be running this, and we're going to go through all of our active tasks. Okay, yeah, then we're filtering that depending on which task it is. And then we're doing the check to see whether or not the task has been, or the task objective has been met. Now it strikes me that it would be better if this was handled elsewhere. So the task manager gives the task out, and currently it's checking for completions. It's actually checking the objectives themselves, and I think it's probably better if that's handled on the endpoint, and then it reports back when the objectives have been met, which would be on the console. So like on the Helm console, you'd have a report function on there to confirm that it has reached the coordinates specified. I would be reluctant to let the NPC do that, because if they wander off, things would get stuck. So we'll probably have the static objects in the world doing the handling and the tracking. Right, then we're passing that back to here, which goes back to there, which clears off the task and moves us on to the next step. Okay. So step by step it does work. I just think there's plenty of room for optimization in this, and room for a more simple approach. Right. I was going to use the comms side of things as a test, but actually I think what I'll do is I will add it to the sensors person instead and do the whole scan for text signatures thing, because that's something that we can easily check against, probably more easily than checking if a certain planet is in the habitable zone, because then we need references to the habitable zone and whether or not it's in it, etc, etc. So we would have a sequence of events for our subtasks. So we need subtasks for each of them. See, this is where it's going to get unwieldy. Yeah, so you've got the data there for explore system. So if we were doing it this way, and we'll set this one up to see how well this works, then we would need basically a subfolder for every task. So if we do search for tech signature, and then we'd need our subtasks. So copy that. So search for tech signatures, subtasks. I suppose we are only interested in unscanned systems, so I guess what we will do is work outward from the ship location, picking each star by distance. We will then check to see whether we have level 1 data. If we do, we'll skip it because we'll assume the work's been done on that one already. So when we find a non-matching system with our exploration data, we'll then initiate a long-range scan, and if that reveals a text signature, then we will consider this task complete. Yeah, and move on. Now the interesting thing is, once we initiate that, it's just going to keep going. Like the whole paperclip machine thing, it will just keep going until the entire universe is paperclips. So we need to make sure that we have the ability to cancel that order. So yeah, we'll have that as well. So we want to how granular do you want to be? I suppose find unscanned system. Conduct system survey, that can stay the same. Check for tech signatures. And I guess report done. Yeah, so we would then want, once that's done, so we don't want to do anything beyond that, because the idea is, so as the captain, you've gone to the sensors person and you've said, right, scan for text signatures. So the sensors person will dutifully just start scanning star systems until it finds a text signature, at which point they need to stop and contact the captain and say that I found one, I found a text signature. And the captain then decides what to do next. So we need to make sure that we do the job and then we stop. So yeah, report success. I suppose another thing that we need to implement into this is maybe, yeah, exactly that, actually, a failure state. So, like, for how long are they going to sit there doing this? I think there needs to be some limit as to how long they're searching for. We could set it to maybe just 10 star systems. Because the option is always there from the captain's perspective, to say, well, keep looking. So we'll give those breakpoints. So, and I guess from a player's perspective as well, the task that gets raised to the player can't be keep scanning for text signatures like until you die of old age. There needs to be some kind of like cut-off point there. So it might be scan 10 star systems for text signatures. But then from the player's perspective, we also need that way of actually reporting to the captain. So yeah, so that's going to have to be handled as well. We need that dialogue input there. Yeah, I will think about that as we go through it. Okay, so on ship-wide orders, we need to add a new one on there. Oh no, I've already got it. Ha, it's already there. So it means all of that and all of that need to be collapsed to a nice neat node. so that's our fully explore a star system, and then similarly, we need to collapse these as well. Fully explore star system. Stage. Basically our staging point. Right, so that simplifies that somewhat. Okay, so on this one specifically, yeah, so these are our subtasks. So we will grab a copy of this. In fact, I might macro this because there's probably a bunch of stuff here that we're going to be reusing. So yeah. And we also need to, like, there are going to be edge cases here. Like, if you're already in a star system and you initiate this order and you haven't explored the star system you're in, then that's going to be the closest unexplored system. But then when we send that to the Helm will get confused because they're being sent to a galactic target, but you're already there. So yeah, there's room for confusion there, so we'll make sure we cater for that. Right, so let's steal that node. Right, so this is going to be get start systems. Actually, that's too specific for our needs. Do we have the data we need available there? Wrong one. Okay, so yeah, so we're holding that. Actually, no, we're not. And the closest we get to it is that. So, okay, well, we'll have to set up. Oh, I say that. So we, again, on the Galaxy Gen, we broadcast out our filtered, sanitized list of all the stars within 150 light years, and we just broadcast that out blind as a global event, and then any in-game system that cares about that will store a copy of it locally and work on that copy. But I'm wondering whether or not, rather than doing that, because most systems are reactionary and they will react to receiving this broadcast, because generally speaking this broadcast only gets sent when the ship has moved at least 1 light year, because it contains the list is ordered by distance to the ship. So as soon as the ship has moved 1 light year, obviously the star systems in range has changed, the ordering has changed. And most systems react on that alone. But there are some systems, like the one we're working on, that don't care about that. They just want the data when they want it. So they're better off retrieving that on demand rather than being given it proactively. So we would be better off. And this is where it gets messier than I would want it to be. We would have to do something like get all actors of class. And that would be Galaxy Gen. And then we would cast to Galaxy Gen. And then we would get filtered locations. So that's how we would get to that. But what we'll do is we will promote that to a local variable. So we don't have to do this get all actors of class more than once. So we do it once on begin play and then never again. So here we would grab our Galaxy Gen and actually we want to break our sub events first. So we need, is that the sub events there? Yeah. So that would be find text signature current task, and that would be enum search for tech. Find tech. What did I call it? There we go, that's the one. Yeah, so we want to switch on that. Yeah, so we're going to fire that once. So when the task is initially raised, yeah, this is a one-time hit, and then from that point on we hit it every time one of the tasks is complete. So the first thing we would do would be find an unscanned system, is we get that, get filtered locations. Now fortunately, because we make sure we do this beforehand, when this gets sent out, the very first thing we do is we sort it by distance. So where are we? Yeah, so we filter all of our current star systems via distance to the ship, and then we put that on there as our distance. So we were doing that again every time the ship moves 1 light year, which means we know that this is already sorted in the correct order. So all we need to do is do a for each loop, because it doesn't matter how many star systems are in this array, because we're starting from the closest one. So basically break that, and we want, and this is all the information that we store, by the way, for those for the high level data. There's very little information that we actually store and generate, because there's so many of them. Again, we need to keep the data management as efficient as we can. But the only thing we're interested in is where it is. So where is it? And then we take our exploration data. So get game state. At some point I'll replace this with a blueprint interface. And then we'll get our exploration data. Yeah, then I guess and this is where we have that like array loop of death, where we have to loop through the array of star systems, and then for each one we are further looping through our exploration data. And then we have our coordinates. So basically, does that vector exactly match that vector? Actually, this should be with break. So for each loop with break, and as should that be. And the reason it doesn't matter necessarily how big this is that we're only looking for something you haven't scanned. So yeah, on a fresh game, this will happen one iteration, that's it. And that would be 0. So this would be really, really quick. Yeah, so does that equal that? Now, if it's true, then we have conducted a scan on that system. So we don't need to check whether or not we've got a level 1 scan, because by virtue of the fact it's even in the array at all means we have. Because we don't add them to the array unless you've at least done a long-range survey. So if that returns false, then we know that we've absolutely haven't been to that system before. So we need to go back here and then break this operation. In fact, we need to break both of them. So we break that one first. And then we break the overall loop. Now I don't know whether breaking this would automatically stop that loop from running, but I shall do both just in case. I'll experiment with that at some point, but we might not need that break if we're breaking the overall thing. Yeah, so if it's false, then we need to grab this basically and promote it to an array, to a variable. So this becomes our target, target location, because at this point it's just a location in space. I suppose we also need we need Boolean for hang on, do we need it or not? I suppose this would be our failure state. So valid target, I suppose, is and I'm going to have to stick these in some folders actually, so that we don't start getting them all mixed up. Right, so we are saying yes, we have a valid target, and then before we do any of that, then we'll just make sure that we don't have a valid target, which means when that all completes, then we can check against our valid target. Yeah, and I guess at this point we can collapse this into a function, and maybe some of this stuff can just be local variables just to keep it clean. So I'm just thinking whether we should actually have the Helm person actually pressing the buttons one at a time. That's probably a little bit over the top. I mean, they can see with their eyes technically when something's not been scanned. So yeah, we're just this is analogous to their eyeballs scanning the UI list. What we will do, however, we will have them set the sensors to the long range mode. Yeah. So that's an example of one of those reusable tasks. Is in order to complete this action, we need to first of all set the sensors to long range. And we then use our eyeballs to see whether or not there's something on the list that's not been scanned, and it's already ordered by distance to the ship, so that's easy. If we can see that something has not been scanned, then we need to target it. So then the action becomes target this star system. So we would set our current task to target system, which we don't have, so we shall add that in there. So target candidate, I'll just do a target system. Okay. Pop that up there. So if valid target is true, find target system. If valid target is false, then that's when we would fire off our failure state. So if literally every single star system in range has been scanned, which let's face it is unlikely, but if that ever were to happen, then we've got our early out there for reporting a failure. Yeah, and then we would have those actions go across to the sensors. So like we've got on here. Yeah, so we're going to create our science task. So we're going to borrow that. I will, again, I'll collapse this to a function in a minute. Okay, so going to the sensor specialist. Yeah, so these two here are kind of redundant, or basically they're in the wrong place because these are supposed to be actions. Yeah, so we need a different one there. So department tasks science. So let's refine that a little bit. Yes, Anasi. Having fixed the auto explorer, that could do with going out as a build. I've also fairly significantly improved frame rates for some people, so that needs to go out in a build as well. I found out that a lot of the NPCs were ticking away at 30 hertz when they were completely invisible on the wrong deck. So that's now been dropped all the way down to 1 hertz, which means that most of the NPCs are now ticking 30 times less than they were. Which has, well, on Claire's laptop, she got an extra 17 FPS out of it. On mine, it didn't really make any difference. I think I'm throttled somewhere else. But she was quite CPU bound on her laptop, so it definitely helped. So anyone that's CPU bound will probably notice quite an FPS increase, which is always nice. And so what's this one? So this is target star system. How granular do we need to be with this then? So I suppose if these are the actions that the crew members actually taking, then we're probably going to have to step through. But then we don't want that for the player. So for the player, we don't need to tell them, press the long range button, now press the thing in the sensors list. The player can, they can work that out for themselves. They don't need to be told that. Whereas an NPC does need to be told that step by step by step. So I guess we need the more high level commands for players, and then the more granular stuff for NPCs, which are thick and just do what they're told, literally. So select long range mode. I think we'll probably need all 4 of them. Select GPS mode. Select medium range mode. Select short range mode. I suppose because we're doing departmental assignment on the bridge, then we know whether it's a player or an NPC which has been assigned that particular role, that station on the bridge. So how granular we choose to be with our tasks really can just depend on who sat in the chair. Okay, so we know that that and that aren't needed here. yeah, these actions are kind of sensor mode specific. Like that one was on the medium range sensors. Hey Sirius, good to see you again. Get these grouped together. So we've got long range initiate survey, long range target star system, and I guess we need also the long range see, this is an interesting one too. So initiating a survey means bringing up the detail view on that world, on that star system to begin with. But then when we select a target to send to the Helm, we obviously have a list of sub-targets within that system. Although for this particular instance, we don't need to do that. So yeah, so if we just do send, or select nav target, select nav target. So that would be in the long range listing. Just covering all bases really. So we've got medium range perform survey. Short range perform scan. Just kind of groups those together a little bit more logically. Yeah, so I've called this department tasks. Really, it's more accurately described as crew tasks. So these are those modular actions that are specific and focused. Literally a button press in some cases. I suppose what we could do is maybe have the high level version of that as the overall thing that gets sent through, and then we do the is it an NPC check on the actual department manager for science in this instance, and then we generate the granular tasks there if required. That might be the cleaner way of doing it. So we're saving that doing things differently until the very last moment to keep it as generic as possible for as long as possible, and then do a breakout at the end if need be. So going back to this then. Yeah, that makes sense actually. So if we are I suppose actually this can take place at the Helm as well. or at least on the science manager, because the overall task is find an unscanned system. So when we're sending this through to the player, all the player gets is probably target unscanned system. In fact, I'm going to rename that just to make sure it stays relevant for players. So the order that the player would receive would be target an unscanned system, and then when or even again, see how much hand holding do we do here? So from the player's perspective, if we want to be super high level about it, their mission or their task that they're given is look for a text signature. Now they shouldn't need any hand holding more than that, because the assumption is they know how to use the sensors. If they don't know how to use the sensors, they should go and do the tutorial, and then they'll know how to use the sensors. So if what we're sending to players is find a text signature, then that's all we need to worry about until we've established that we found one, in which case that objective is complete. And then it's just a case of, right, report that to the captain. For an NPC, we have to be a lot more generic. So that's where we would need those additional actions. So the question is, when do we do the breakout? Yeah, because right now we're doing it here. So we would have something like that is player, and we'll just default that to false, because there isn't a player-driven task feature yet. Okay, so the orders have been raised. So this is the high level steps. So I guess none of that really is relevant to the player. So our check would go here. Because if player is true, then we don't need all these step by step subtasks, because the player shouldn't need that much hand holding. So in that case, we will just do like a raise player task and send that to them. That will come up on their HUD and give them an actual job to do. Whereas if it's an NPC, then that's when we need the long list of subtasks. In which case, in this case, we can merge this with this, because we've got two different enums there. Because you've got the slightly high level version and you've got the much lower level version, but because it's only ever NPCs that are going to be using this, then in actual fact we can just go straight to the low level version and work through it step by step. Hey, Binary. All good, thank you. Yeah, so there's no navigating the ship involved in this. We don't need to bounce this between the helm and the sensors, which we, like, player or not, that's definitely needed for this one. Yeah, so as part of the overall orders manager, we're bouncing the steps between two different stations on the bridge. Not needed here, so this is actually, from a player's perspective, a super simple task, albeit time consuming. Yeah, from an NPC perspective, then our current task can actually be that one. So department tasks science, and I might maybe rename this to like NPC department tasks, so that that we keep that distinction between how this needs to work for the NPCs and how it needs to work for players. And once we have embodied NPCs, maybe we can move it to the NPC itself. So the granularity is handled by the NPC, and if they're not at the station, then we just need to make their highest priority. Go and sit down at the station you're supposed to be at, you slacker. Welcome back, Danger Mouse. Right, so we would do a select on that. Oh, sorry, no, we wouldn't. We would do a switch on that. And then we're to make sure we set which one we're on accordingly. Actually, we don't need to do the select at this point, because this is the initial raising of the task. So in actual fact, the very first thing we do is we select long range mode. So we're telling the NPC select long range mode on the sensors, and then we do our fake eyeball check to see whether or not anything is unscanned. If we can see one, then we're going to target star system, and for that we've already targeted it there, so we know which one we're doing. So we're sending a task through to target star system, and the target body, it's that large system object. Target body. What's it looking for? Right, yeah, so we can make this work just with the galactic coordinates, because on the sensors list we can just do a match against which one has those coordinates. Yeah, so if we break that, and then yeah, the only thing we're interested in is the galactic coordinates. Same here, we're only interested in the collected coordinates. Okay, so we've assigned the task now to target that. Oh yeah, it's changed. We'll ignore the fail state for now. Actually, we won't entirely ignore it. We'll give it an error message. Meaningful. Okay, so let's see if we can actually initiate this now. So we need to add it to the NPC menu. So we need a pop-up menu. Where did I hide that to? Oh. Yeah. So we will have a failure process at some point. Yeah, so the handling stuff on the bridge and then handling stuff generally within a department is going to work differently, because again, on the bridge you have set people assigned to set chairs, and you don't have the freedom of just having a generic list of jobs where you can just pick one or just cherry pick a job, as desired. In a bridge situation, you're given a command, do this. So they need to be handled separately. So the only difference between a player and an NPC, if they're assigned to a bridge station, is that the player just gets the do this please, whereas the NPC gets a do this, then this, then this, then this, because they're too stupid to work it out for themselves. So they need hand-holding all the way. Or we could have the hand-holding be exposed to players as maybe a gameplay option. So we could have a task granularity slider where if you're new to the game and you're not quite sure what you're doing, then if we have like verbose tasks, something like that, if you turn that on, then you can get the same step by step that the NPC would get. So you're saying, right, press the long range button, now select a star system, now press the scan button. So you're actually being walked through the entire process. Whereas if you turn that off, you'll just get find a text signature. No more instructions needed. So it's like it's almost like a dynamic tutorial that's always there if you need it. Exactly. Or our absolute favorite thing is when a streamer picks up the game walks onto the bridge, doesn't know what they're doing, says it sucks, and doesn't do the tutorial. Remember kids, tutorials are useful. So we don't want the mode one. So this is an action, so an order, I suppose. Find tech signature. So if we stick that at the top. There we go. There we go. When we eventually replace this with a radial menu, we'll make this prettier, but I think that will get the job done in the meantime. Right, so we need to hook this up to button pressed, and let's work out what I were doing. Yeah, so go down the bottom there. Yes, you can do. There was a reason I wasn't, and I can't remember why. Oh, it already is. Yeah, so they have to be a child of this element in order for that to work. But you can't add children to like a prefab element. So this is like a prefabricated border box with all the controls and the customization built in. So we don't need to worry about hooking this up to the UI customization colors because it's a prefab that does that already. So when you size it to content, you're actually sizing it to the box size that you tell it. So these are variables that I've added. Which is, yeah, it's a shame that you can't add children to those, but yeah, it's just a limitation of widgets. I'm sure there's a technical reason behind why you can't. Okay, so basically we're going to fire off this this command. Now it's coming from a different place than the holo display one. So on the holo display, actually we'll take it from our, yeah, this is a different one. So when we draw our star system, there, Again, so this is a bit messy, but basically we check to see whether or not we're in 20 light years or less on our view distance, and if we are, then we draw some text labels and we add like little blobs that you can click. So yeah, that's what's on chart actor. Yeah, so on top of each star, we pop one of these clickable blobs that brings up the menu when you click it. And that need to jump through the chain of events a minute so I can remind myself what order everything happens in, because again, give it a week, I would have forgotten again. Right, so when we fire off explore this system, we are ignoring those. Because I made it simpler. Okay, so we are sending through our button ID to our blueprint interface, which on the host actor is this. We can get rid of that, that's not needed anymore. Which, as we do with most things, we send it through to player controller as a client action, and it comes back as a server RPC. So this is now a server authoritative event. So it's not when it leaves the UI, it is when it comes back from player controller. And then we now have authority as the server to do whatever we want with this. So scan system, so we are basically just grabbing our ship-wide order manager and yeah, giving it our order and then closing the UI. So essentially we need to do this on t'other one. So we're firing in a similar vein, we're firing that, which should have a corresponding actor. Let's check the reference here to see where that's coming from. So it's on our F to interact list generally. Okay, so radial menu server action. It's not what we're firing though, is it? No, just radial menu action. Just need to find where that is being managed. Ah, there we go. So, blah, 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 blah. Right, so we need to add a new string on this, which deals with the command order. Oh, okay, so that's being broadcast out. I'm going to have to track the event chain on this. So we need to be so which blueprint is popping up the menu, and then let's get rid of that a minute. Too many tabs as always. Right, so the menu is firing this. So it's going to come down this pin because it's an NPC command. We could actually break out before that. Because our ship-wide order is going to be seek out text signatures. So if we were to add it there, okay, then that's sending it straight to player controller. So what we could actually do, just temporarily, because this is one of those cobbling it together things which you don't want to leave there. What we could do is so if that equals the string that we're sending, which is that, just make sure that we're actually sending that through and not the other one. Go a minute. So the command order we're sending is the context, right? So yeah, so it's the context that we're interested in, which would be that. See, this is where we need that kind of global manager, because we've got multiple systems that are both raising orders for the ship and sending tasks to the crew. So if the holo display is doing it one way, then when you look at an NPC and bring up the menu, that's coming in from a different path. So both of those two things need to converge on one consistent spot so that we can manage the chain of events consistently every single time. But let's just make sure this is true for both chairs, because obviously when you're sat in a chair, then when the menu pops up, you're doing that as the chair rather than yourself. So we basically have a duplicated set of events. So we just need to make sure, as per our reference viewer, no, not plugins, our reference viewer, that the character is also doing the same pass through here. So blah blah blah. Yeah, it is identical. So yeah, so both the chair and the player are both sending stuff to the same place. So it shouldn't matter whether you're sat in a chair or not. It will come up with the same fine text signature thing. So we should be now able to initiate this, and what we'll end up with, depending on how hooked up it is, yes, we should get this far, we should get that far, we should loop through there. Yeah, and that will probably do nothing at this point. Okay, so let's just set up a couple of messages here just to see how far we're getting with it. So seeking tech signatures. Okay. Actually, let's make this a snazzy yellow so that we can see it stand out. And then we shall do new ship wide order. So just so we can see, you know, what we're doing with this. We've already got our error message there, so we'll leave that. So found unscanned system, blah blah blah. Science task raised. Right, so we should be seeing science task raised if everything has gone swimmingly. And this is where we find out all the stuff that is broken. So we now have our new option on there. So, yep, there we go. So science task raised. Now you'll notice that nothing happened on the UI because none of that's been hooked up as an actual task that does anything yet. But it is working, so that's getting all the way through to raising a science task. So we are almost there. Let's get rid of that. That a minute. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Don't need that for a minute. Don't need that. Right. Get rid of these. Okay, so all of our checking's working and we're raising our task. So the next step is to go to the Science Task Manager. In fact, let's give that a big old save all. So department tasks. I want a Science Task Manager. Ooh, hello. Blah 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 blah. Okay, fine. Didn't want a GPU anyway. Good job I did save all when I did. Oh, have a good one, CSI. Yeah, it probably froze the PC for a minute. Right, where were we? Science tasks. Okay. Okay, so we are creating a science task. So let's just make sure we don't need that, or that, or that. So create science task. We are saying long range target star system. Actually, let's make it simpler than that. Select long range mode. That's it. So yeah, so for the NPC, really step-by-step stuff. So that simply adds it to our list of unassigned tasks. Now on 1 second ticks, we are going through our unassigned tasks. So we need to get this assigned. Okay, check for an NPC, do the thing. Yeah, so right now we are using the UI panel itself as our stand-in for the NPC. So those tasks are happening on there. So what we need to do is just duplicate that. And then we'll need our select long range mode. Give it our task ID, because then we can say that we've done it. So there's going to be some back and forth between the sensors UI and our task manager as we go through and select each mode. And we'll put a bit of a delay on each one as well, just to make it a reasonably long time between button presses to simulate how long it would take a person to reach out and press each button, rather than it all happening instantly. Okay, so blah blah blah. Check that as an NPC. We have a valid NPC. Right, so we need a new event on our nav panel. It's been called nav panel for a long time, by the way. That's actually the sensors UI. So I was making all the new stuff over here for testing purposes. So we need to do so custom events, and that would be select long range mode. So like with t'others, we need our task ID. Then we will just do that basically. So we are we're simulating a button press. And we'll do a delay, let's say a second, and then we will do task complete. And give it the ID for that task. So we should now almost, actually we should now almost be at a point where the NPC will do something. Just need to make sure that we select long range mode and give it our task ID. Don't need the other stuff that's there. So yeah, here's valid index. So that's it. That's all we're doing. We're just passing that across to the sensors, and the sensors are being the NPC and pressing the button. So now, when we issue that command, it should bring up the long range sensors. Okay, find text signature. There we go. So if I set that back to galactic position, then we do find text signature. Do it. Do it. Oh, unable to find unscanned system. Interesting. I wonder why it's saying that immediately. These are the things we have to deal with. It works once and then doesn't work. Although on that note, actually, let's see whether it works once again and then stops working. So we're on GPS right now. Find text signature. Right, okay, so it has worked. So we set back to GPS. Find text signature. Right, now it can't. Right, so something doesn't like being done twice. So we're redoing this. We're resetting that. We've got our filtered locations. That should be the same. Am I back? OBS just came up with some GPU error. Great. Oh, weird. All go tonight. I think my computer needs a reboot. It's been on for quite a while. Yeah, so task complete, when that comes through, this is where we would have to do our what comes next check on our current task. So we would get that. So those are the list of possible actions, basically. So obviously the assumption is that we have a completed task. That's why it's coming from here. So if the last completed task was select long range mode, then logically the next task should be target start system. And then we would run this function. So let's move all that out of the way a minute. Leave that one there. Right, so if we collapse this to a function, then we would do it would go like that. So we set the task and then we run the function. I suppose we could add that as an input on here and do it that way, which is probably better, but let's just do that for now, just so I've got the visibility of what's going on. As descriptive as new function is, find tech C. Right, and then as we go through, so if so that's long range mode would be that. Then if it's target star system, then the next action would be long range initiate survey. So that would be the next action, and then when the survey is complete, then the next action would be, so initiate survey, use the order. The next action after initiating survey would be here we would need to do some logic check. So we know from here that we are setting a target location. Now we still have that saved from when we set this up. So every time we run through this function, we resave that. So what we would have to do here, and this is why we need folders, we would break that struct and pull out our sieve data, and this is where we can see whether or not there are text signatures on this particular star system, and the only way we have of doing that is blank. That is empty. Yeah. Is there an is not? No. So we just branch off of that. So if there is anything in this text field, then we know there's definitely a civilization there, and therefore there is a text signature. Yes, so following our survey, again, I will clean this up. If that is true, as in the text is empty, so the thing we've just scanned did not have text signatures. Therefore, the next action in the list is to find another system. So right, so that's the whole initialization thing Right, yes, so this is why we've got like an initialize boolean on this one, because it's kind of like a reset that we have to go through. To be honest, that alone would do it, wouldn't it? So basically start again. And so start again, it's true, then we just go through the whole process again. Otherwise, we will switch on this and then determine what our next action is from there. But in terms of this, essentially, that can just be blank, doesn't matter, because we'll set that in this. Yeah, so that's basically just telling it to repeat the whole process. If it is actually, I think we'll just sprint string on this actually. So if we have found our habitable system or our habited system, do tet signature found, hurrah, hurrah. So it's going to basically just keep resetting and do it over and over and over until it finds one, in which case it will stop. Okay, so the question then is, so that handles the task complete bit. Right, and then we were not finding a valid target. So out of interest, yeah, if we just grab that a minute, and we grab a copy of that. So do a bit of a debug on what we're actually getting from these. So if we get the length of our star systems and we get the length of our exploration data, just to make sure that we're not like dealing with a null array or anything stupid like that. So star systems is systems, explored systems, explored systems, and we'll just draw a line under it. Right, that should tell us what we're looking at in terms of our data. And we'll give it a color, make it stay there forever-ish. Or you could do nothing. Oh, that'd be why. Okay, so that worked. So we've got 1,800 systems in the list, 2 of which we have explored, which is that and Alpha Centauri. So at the moment, the next thing on the list would be a rogue planet. Yeah, as I say, we might want to skip those, but we won't. When we add some depth to this, we'll have it filter out certain types of star system. Like, there's no point scanning like an O-class star for text signatures because they've only been around like 1 million years or less. There won't be a civilization there. Yes, hello. So what do we get if we rerun it? Same. Now there's 0 star systems. Okay, so that's going to be a galaxy gen problem. Are we nullifying that variable? I bet we are. Right, so I think what I'll do is I will store this separately. Definitely something weird happening with my computer tonight. All 3 screens just went black. And I'm just going to call this live star systems, or even better, nearest star systems. Right, so we'll just create a completely separate variable which I know is not being touched by anything else. So on here we will get nearest star systems instead, loop that instead. I think it's the only place where we're using it. Because that should only ever get updated when the ship moves 1 light year. So if we're stationary, it should never get touched. Okay, go. Good, good. And go. Huzzah! And go. Huzzah! Right. That fixes that. 5 minutes to go on the stream, so let's see if I can progress that a bit more. speaking of crashing, let me do another save all. Okay, so blah 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 blah. Right, so we should get to here. So we've selected long range mode. The next thing we're going to do is target star system. Right, so target star system should be relatively straightforward. Basically, we're just going to do that. I'm going to do this like quick and messy, so you get it all in before the stream dies on me. So target star system, target location, yeah, so just the coordinates. Cross, yes, we don't want to do that. Yes, we do want to do that. What we don't want to do is send any data, because there's no point. So we don't want to do that either, because obviously we're sorting that out upon task completion. So for now, all we're doing is literally just giving it an ID, assigning the task, and waiting for that to complete. So same deal here, giving it a task, but this time we are giving it the coordinates. Now, can I remember how I go about targeting things on the sensors? That's the question. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the survey code and grab however I'm doing it on there. Right, so give that a name, target star system. And the only thing we have for that is a vector. And of course we need our task ID. This particular blueprint is another example of hang on, galactic coordinates. Yeah, it's another example of something that's doing way more than it should be doing. So this is the sensors UI blueprint, and it's doing a lot of work. Like, it's actually doing the sensor simulation, it's doing the scanning, it's saving the scan data. Like, all of that's happening on the sensors UI, when really it should just be a UI. And we should have separate systems for each of the sensor arrays. So when you generate the data, that should be speaking to the sensor array itself as a separate actor, a separate blueprint, gathering the data and then just displaying it. So this shouldn't be doing anything. It should literally just be dealing with requesting data and displaying data. So as we move forward with all these systems, I need to kind of change the behavior of this and change how it works. Right, so we are prepared for our task complete. So if I just go over to where we do the scans, Okay, so we're going to need that. So we would do. We've almost got enough for this, I think. Update sensor on range selection. Right. So we need a matching struct for this. Now it just so happens that that's exactly what we do have. So our target location is that struct. So yeah, we're going to have to add that to here because I don't think we've got. No, we've got a large system object. That's basically like planets and stuff. What we don't have is sector location. So if we add that to the struct, so I learned like literally days ago that if you have a particular type of variable like that, you can right click and browse to type, which is amazing. Although in this instance, can we do it from there? This one's not going to be as easy because we've got our target body structure and I want to be able to browse to that type. You know what? Let's cheat. Right, so anything wrong. If I do a save all a minute, because actually before I do that, I just want to see what's actually using it. Because if it's only a couple of things, I won't bother restarting the engine. Reference viewer. That's fine. We'll just recompile those. Every time you edit a struct, it invalidates the reference to that struct and all these things. So you just need to go through and recompile them. Right, so if we add sector location, so a sector location in terms of the game's code is one of those 1 light year cubes. So within a sector you have 1,000,000 1 light year cubes. Each one of those is a sector location, and that can be everything from a star system to a derelict spaceship floating through space. But each one of those things is isolated to that 1 light year cube. Not that. Right, now for each one of these I just need to go edit, compile, save and close. Edit, compile, save. We'll keep this one open. Don't need to worry about that. And compile and save. Right, so we've now got our sector location on there, so we don't actually need the galactic coordinates because all of that is held within that sector location data. Right, so we're passing that to our science manager, which gets that as part of its science task. Right, so we, of course, right now we need to set up this bit. Blah blah blah. Assign tasks. that one. This one's going to be target star system. Target star system. So there's our ID. There's our task. Why are we passing through the index? Oh, I see, because we're removing it. I get it, I get it. Right, so we don't want to select long range mode. We want to target star system. And we don't want a vector there. We want our sector location, which is of type struct sector location. That goes into there. That goes into there. Tidy that up. Squidge that over. Okay, so this should target the next unscanned system on the list. Struct sector location. Oh yeah. Hang on. Science task. Wait. What am I missing? So target body. Target body structure. Sector location. Sector location. Target body. There we go. I was getting confused. Thank you. Right. So what should happen now is when I select Find Text Signature, they're going to go to long range sensors, and they should select the first thing that's not scanned. Do it. Oh. Okay. It's fine. I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed. Let's make sure that we've got stuff going through the pipeline. So targeting star system. Creating science task. Make sure that is in fact. Oh, it's done it again. Always crashes when you're in a hurry. I'm not giving up until we see that unscanned system being targeted. Yeah, to be honest, that's probably what happened the first time round, because it killed OBS and everything. Actually, what did... see, it's like really unhelpful error message. We can do this. Right, long range target star system. Right, we're definitely putting that in there. Definitely grabbing that from there. So creating science task. Receiving science task. Target star system. Right, so task manager, target star system, and then on here that's sensors, target star system. Hopefully we'll get to at least this far. Yeah, I'm refusing to give up until it works. That's weird. Why are we receiving a bunch of science tasks? We haven't even sent one yet. Huh. Oh, that might just be the tick doing its tick stuff. Okay, so that didn't do any of the stuff we wanted it to do. Right. I put that in the wrong place. Where I meant to put it was on the event graph. There. So we need to see whether it's actually getting that task. But I'm not sure it got anywhere near that far, so hang on, let's see whether or not. Okay, so seek out tech signatures, and then so the last thing we did was select long range mode. Right. Right. Hang on. Because we removed that from here, didn't we? Because we didn't actually set that somewhere else. So that's the first thing we should have done. Which means that it didn't know how to progress because it didn't know where it was in the process. That will probably change things a bit. Okay. Receiving science task. Okay. Did the thing. And okay. Does that mean that we didn't get our task complete? No. So that's what's going on. So we're doing this, and then, like with these ones, we're calling task complete with our task ID. Registering task complete. Right, and that's a global event, so so task complete. That removes the task from there. Nothing happening there anyway. Okay, so are we missing something on here? No. Task complete. So right. Okay, that makes more sense. So I think we were working from an old bit of blueprinting there. Hang on. I must have switched this to the global event, and I forgot. Yes, Claire is the gatekeeper of feature creep, and she beats me if I ever do anything that goes off track. Okay, well, we targeted something. It wasn't the right something, but we targeted something. So it's targeting Sol, which is incorrect. But we are targeting something, so we know that it's working. But why is it targeting Sol? That's the question. No, I will do that actually. So I'm just wondering what does it think is unscanned? Obviously it's found something that it thinks is unscanned, but what does it think? So, okay. Which obviously explains why it's selecting Sol. Thank you, Firstus. Yes, very much appreciated. We've just had to pay a massive amount of tax to our local government, so yeah, every little helps. I'm confused. Alright, so how about we do this then? So we know that we have a massive list of star systems. So if we print out the address of each one as we go, and then for each one of those we also want to print out the coordinates of whatever is in our exploration data, of which there are 2. So if we make that a slightly different colour, then we should have each one of these darker ones should have multiple light ones underneath, and then we can see whether or not we have any genuine matches or not. Thanks. I both love it and hate it when things don't make sense. I love it because it's a challenge and I like puzzles, and I hate it because it slows me down. Right, so those two vectors absolutely do match. Like, to the third decimal, they match. So, oh wait. Hang on, so I'm setting... No, that's right, so... I have another plan. So what I can do to simplify this is if we for each that, and then we make a temporary vector array. Thank you, Don. Temp vector array. Vector is implied by its type, so I don't need that. Right. Right, so we'll clear that. So it's empty, and then we will simply add every vector that we have on hand here. So blah, blah, blah. So basically we're building up a temporary array of our vectors. Now the reason we're doing that is so instead of doing all of this junk here, all we need to do is grab that and grab that and do a contains that. So that gives us a simple boolean, so we don't need to do this loop or that. We simply just need to do that. Just makes that simpler. Yeah, so if our temp array contains the galactic coordinates, do nothing, move on. And as soon as we hit one that is not contained within there, then that's our candidate. That should work. Should work. Holy crap, Max, thank you. That's mad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. hopefully this will work now in honor of your generous donation. It did. Max made it work. Thank you, Max. So yeah, so that was the problem. It was some convoluted array looping nonsense. Yes, so again, if we just check that it works twice. So find text signature, and it's targeted the next thing on the list that is not scanned. So the next stage from here is to have it click align to target and then initiate survey. We haven't got align to target as an action yet, so we need to add that. But then yes, then it will do.
Initiating long-range survey. Long-range survey complete.
Which took all of no time. Right, so now it should target Barnard Star, because that is the next thing on the list. Which it did. Hurrah! Mission accomplished. Phew. Now I can go and have a break. Oh yeah, the many feet sound is annoying. I'll tell you why it is as well. So you'll notice that it never happens if you are in third person. You can run around quite happily in third person. However, when you're in first person with head bob turned off, it hides the player mesh, because if you look down with head bob turned off, you can see all the way through the mesh and it looks stupid. But because of that, as much as the shadows are behaving, the foot IK goes crazy and just spams loads of footstep sounds. But it's an ALS bug, and we're replacing ALS as a solution, so that problem will go away. T-Shane, thank you. You madman. Here, have a heart. Oh, I'll show you real quick. Didn't want to do that. Right, I'm going to save all of that because it's working. Yeah, it's because the mesh is invisible and the line traces are acting weird. It's because the footstep sound is actually driven by ALS. So every time it does like the foot locking, it then plays the audio. But if the foot locking's not working, then it can play the audio multiple times. It's a really annoying bug. Calm down, camera. Yeah, so what we've added on the bridge over the past week or so, we've added the side alcoves. They're not finished yet. They're going to have a whole like wooden base. There's going to be a unit that kind of wraps up and over with the lights. There's going to be the screens that go all the way across, space for keyboards. There's going to be a lot of geometry that goes into this gap. But as the basic wall paneling goes, that's pretty much done. At the same time, I've redone the carpets around the exterior of the bridge, so they are now properly segmented, as they should be. I haven't added the screw holes yet. That one needs doing. I've updated the steps so that they now have glowy light strips on them, which will change colour at red alert, etc. And they're different geometry as well. They're actually a separate object. I haven't finished this bit yet, which is why it's not all smoothed off. But previously, the entire bridge floor was one solid object, which made no sense either from a game engine perspective or from a building it for real perspective. So the circular wooden section that goes all the way around, even behind the steps now, is going to be like properly segmented into pieces. Just to add that you know, that kind of realism layer to everything. But yeah, I redid all the curves around here, and we've got little bits that stick out on the balustrades now all the way around. Helm has a railing now, which that obviously needs updating because it's protruding through. But the Helm geometry needs massively changing. That'll be 3 much larger screens, and there'll be like an up and over style panel with like a little footrest thing underneath. And obviously we need like joysticks mounted on the arms and all sorts of stuff. So the Helm's going to be quite bigger and wider, but forward of this, behind that. I think that's about it really. It's just been a lot of just refining and optimizing and yeah, just making room for this side alcove on both sides. And of course we have our little pet black hole. Okay, so on that happy note, oh, good luck, Delta. I hope that goes well for you. Mike, no, the demo will work in VR when we put the update out, but it's not enabled for it yet. Right, have a good one, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday for more Caravella stuff. Right, have a great weekend. Bye for now.